crew, southbound on Interstate 5 right now. Going to do some networking down at Camp Pendelton. Let's get to it. Howdy crew, I'm William Morris, President and CEO of the Welding Cowboy Corporation, certified licensed welder and owner-operator of a welding rig based out of Los Angeles, California. On here I'll be going over welding knowledge, what it's like to own and operate a welding rig, welding blueprints, welding math, welding equipment, and so much more. Welcome to the channel. I'm William Morris, the Welding Cowboy. So I'm southbound on Interstate 5 right now, heading down towards Oceanside, San Diego. Gonna do some networking, work my way back up to Camp Pendleton, drop off the custom name design, and gonna do some networking inside Camp Pendleton. So that's gonna be really exciting. Hopefully gonna get some work out of there. I know there's been projects in there lately, so this could be perfect timing. So I'm super excited about it. Just gonna have a nice, wonderful, leisurely drive on down there. Gonna have breakfast on the beach and just gonna see where the day takes me. I'm just gonna see what shops are open, what's going on, and see if there's any crews down there doing construction, and whether it's be remodeling on houses, doing road work, what have you. Just be doing networking with any and all crews in the area, and of course on Camp Pendleton. So it's gonna be a lot of fun, super excited about it. Could be a long day, I'm not sure. We'll see how the day goes, and I'll keep y'all posted. right now, just getting outside of the hills, and beautiful sunrise. Always wonderful to see that every morning, and I always enjoy taking that in. So if you have something that you enjoy and you have a welding rig, make sure you do that. If you enjoy seeing the sunrise and you're doing marketing, make sure you hit that direction that is going to be towards the sunrise, or you park at a certain spot to watch the sunrise. I think that's very important. That's why I enjoy having my own business, is I can do what I want when I want. Obviously, if there's a certain job site or something that limits that, prohibits that for a day, week, month, what have you, then obviously that makes sense. But the reason a lot of people dream about having a business so that they can do what they want, they don't have to be chained to a certain job site, certain company, certain union, and not enjoy certain things, even if it's small things. For me, enjoying the sunrise is a big thing for me every morning. I always enjoy it, so that is why I always try and either pull over, drive towards a nice area with the sunrise that would be with trees or hills, something outside the city, or a certain...
In 2 miles, take the exit onto Las Pulgas Road.
Or a certain area that has a wonderful spot to view the sunrise, whether it be urban, suburban, or just a nice rural area, whether it be a beach, cornfields, anything like that. I mean, who don't like a nice cornfield? But that's just me. So, yeah. Passing this little vista point, and gonna be heading to Lantern Point about 1.5 miles. So that'll be nice. Still a little bit of fog up ahead. Nothing wrong with that. It's a beautiful day. It's gonna be a little bit humid out. It's been humid out in LA, and I assume it'll be humid down here in San Diego, Oceanside, and Camp Pendelton, because there's a little bit overcast out, and yeah, the sun's being blocked again. Got some fog, got some higher up clouds, and yeah, it's gonna be a little humid today, but that's par for the course. have my coffee from the Buccaneer Cafe. It is right here. I've had coffee here before and it's fantastic in Oceanside. And I'm gonna get my MRE ready to eat. I'm gonna get it out. So this will be fantastic. Found a nice rock to get things set up on. So this one's gonna be a chicken burrito bowl. I'm saving my chili for a later date. I'm really looking forward to that one though. I figured this one will be today's breakfast. And beautiful view of the ocean. And I'm not sure if it's happening anymore. I've been walking the beach for about half hour to 40 minutes, just taking some strolls. And there's been some lightning off over in that cloud area. There's raining more. It's been sprinkling on and off. So here is the chicken burrito bowl. Let's see what else we got. Tortillas, plain. Alrighty. First got this critter. Trail mix. Recovery with pretzels. Sounds good. Of course, got the heater. And drink mix bag. Anything, everything you needed here. Awesome. Got Bill's Brew. I'm really liking it. I need to find where I can find Bill's Brew original freeze-dried coffee. That's fantastic. Let's see. Cheese spread. Beverage base powder orange, I can roll with that. And then cinnamon bun. What? Oh, I love that stuff. Alright. And then bottle of Tabasco. Now again, I don't care for this stuff, but if you're ever feeling really tired, put this stuff right underneath your eyes. I'm not recommending this to anyone because someone will probably screw it up and do something wrong. So I'm not recommending this for anyone. I'm just saying, folks that get tired, sometimes they put a little bit of this underneath their eyes, not in their eyes, underneath their eyes, and they're good. But I don't touch that stuff unless I'm tired. Got a spoon, but I won't need that because I got my other spoon. Still nice and clean. So, we'll go get this stuff on ready. Again, remember, whenever you're doing this, don't put up against anything that's flammable. Stuff could go wrong and it catches fire. Just a heads up. Pour just a little bit in there. See how that does. And get it out. Right at the line, the bottom line, so that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna go ahead and put in my chicken burrito bowl. Fantastic. Got that heating up. Just gonna set it right there. Alright, so I'm going to put the cheese spread on the tortillas once that's all nice and hot. excited to have this coffee. I've not had this coffee in years, and it's not expensive. It was $2 and something for a 16-ounce coffee. You can't even get that at basically anywhere, I don't think. So, beautiful view. Lightning was over yonder earlier, and just more that direction. You can see more that away. And folks out enjoying the surf. Oh, I love this coffee. This is dark coffee. I didn't ask for a dark coffee. They only have, it just says coffee. You get your 12 ounce or your 16 ounce. Then they have their lattes and whatnot. And I had a breakfast burrito there before. That's kind of why I chose the chicken burrito bowl today. But again, that was years ago. It's fantastic. But their coffee is dark. I love it. It's amazing. I don't like light brews. I like the nice, dark, heavy coffee. That's the way to go. It keeps me going throughout the day. And obviously, because I wasn't too smart, forgot my coffee at home in LA. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Bill's Brew to this later and add water to it. I don't care if it's not hot, it's coffee. Getting nice and warm. Keep it going. Yeah, just remember when you're working on your own rig, enjoy some of the views. That's why, at least for me, one of the main reasons, well, not one of the many main reasons I started my own welding rig. This is one of them. I want to do this. I don't want to be at a job site at the same time every single day, or with the same company where I have no freedom, and I can come out, I can network, and I can be out here. I can be, I don't know how many miles away Oceanside is from downtown, about 100, whatever. Whatever it is, be further down San Diego, be up the coast, Malibu, go up to Santa Barbara, Solvang, any of that stuff. You get to take in the views, and it's wonderful. I'm really enjoying it. Heard a little bit of thunder over there. It's fantastic. As y'all can see, the waves are getting a little bit closer, which is nice. I like it. It's fantastic. So, I'm just enjoying everything out here. Beautiful day out. And it's getting nice and hot. That's great. Looking forward to the cinnamon bun too. It's fantastic here. So, walk down more towards the pier. Went the opposite way earlier. Waves get a little bit closer to rocks down there, and I've been down there before early in the morning where you walk a good distance and there's no stairs for some of it, and you're just kind of more wading through water, or you're climbing on the rocks to get back if you're not trying to get wet, which I don't really care. So it's more just when the waves get really high, you stand on a rock, it'll still get you wet pretty good, and you walk on the beach when the next big wave comes up. You stand on a rock, it'll go up to your calves, knees, whatever. You get off the rock, you walk, whatnot. So beautiful day out. I wonder if there's some more lightning out there, because it's always enjoyable seeing that. Tortillas here. Nice soft tortillas. It's great. Cheese spread on here. Are always great to eat just by themselves, but if you have a chance to put on something like this, it's great that they always include that as much as possible. That's going to be more of a taco than a burrito, but it is what it is. some overflow at. So stick that right there. So y'all can see kind of what it looks like before I close it. Looks great, nice and warm, hot. So that's fantastic. Got cheese spread in there. Good morning. Let me go grab my coffee. So, game plan for today, as I mentioned, Camp Pendelton, drop off the custom welded nail name. I have some other ideas on places, whether they'll be open or not, I don't know. And then of course, there's some certain areas on the way back to LA that have some renovations going on. I really want to stop by there. I know some shopping centers that have been bought out and actually being closed down to be building condos and or low-income housing. And then I'll be probably picking up some more material, get back to LA in a decent amount of time, pick up some more material to make some things, so that'd be great. Goodness on here. Still nice and warm. Go. Oh, that looks fantastic. These are pretty small tortillas to be rolling in for a burrito, and my burrito making skills are not up there. If y'all have ever seen my cooking channel, Cooking Cowboy, that's cooking without the G and cowboy, then y'all know I'm still working on my burrito skills. But I make extra large burritos, so they don't quite fit because I want them stuffed. I normally eat 2 or 3 of those minimum. Water's getting a little higher, which is pretty nice. I like that. Even just eating this with a spoon, it still looks fantastic, tastes great. Fantastic. There. Trail mix I'll probably work on in a bit. And then work on the cinnamon bun. High tide should be in about 2 hours. So that's pretty cool. At least for today. It's about 10:28 or 10:30 supposed to be high tide down here. So definitely be out of here way before then. Look at this cinnamon bun. Look at that critter. That looks fantastic. Oh, that tastes great. Gotta grab my coffee. Getting to the cinnamon goodness in here. Look at that. So buttery and cinnamon. it is time for me to start heading out. So I'm gonna take trash, obviously. And that little feed bit. This will go in the backpack. This will go up in the backpack. Got coffee from the Buccaneer Cafe. It's a beautiful day out. Wonderful. And let's see. Right there where that's set. Nice pretty rock right there. Pretty one right there. Ooh, I love that one. All right. These washed off for a second. If y'all know anything about geology, geography, that good stuff, black sand means there's possible gold here in the Golden State. Little fun fact. So. Put these in one of my pants pockets. So I'm gonna go to Skidoo. Just a wonderful day here though. Really enjoying it. I like that one too. All nice and clean. So beautiful day here in Oceanside. So yeah, gonna head on back to Calypso now. Not too far of a walk, which is great, and really enjoyed it. Maybe try and have lunch on the beach later. I don't know what beach yet, but I know of several that are on the way back to LA, so that'll be fun. Wonderful breakfast on the beach, very happy about that. On the way to Camp Pendelton, and it's a beautiful day out, slight breeze, a little offshore breeze. So yeah, I'd rather have an onshore breeze, but that's just me. Palm trees are swaying just a little bit. It's a wonderful day. Just always trying to enjoy the drive, because there's a lot of driving around with the rig, even when there's no jobs, and it's just marketing, networking, all that stuff. Still a lot of driving, so I try and look at everything I can, and also scanning, see what can be a job site, what can possibly be a contact, because you never know. You just never know. And I always want to throw that out there. Always take that chance, take that opportunity. Never let one pass by. I get it, some things kind of slip through your fingers. I get it, happened to me as well. But whenever you can, hand out a business card, try and network, and see where it goes. It can always pay off, but if you don't do it, you never try, you'll never have the possibility of any results. So I just want to put that out there. huge rarity here, just anywhere pretty much in Southern California. So it's gonna be interesting how the drive's back gonna be, but I do have some alternatives of different places I can stop to do some networking. So if traffic's kind of heavy, I can, once I get back past San Clemente, I can do more surface streets. It will take forever to get back to LA, but it will be fruitful. However, always on the road with the rig, folks can see it, and that's possible. Advertisement, well, it is advertisement, just whether it's needed or not by folks that see it, that's another thing. But then also stopping at different places along the route, I can find places. It don't matter where it is, always drop off cards if a place is closed, whatnot. There's always an opportunity to be taken. Sometimes it's a lot harder to find those opportunities, but you can find them. Even if it were in the middle of the night, you go by a place, you can drop off cards somewhere. Not as safe for a rig in the middle of the night, especially in Los Angeles, because you never know who's going to want to take that rig. But even if you're doing something in the middle of the night and you're passing through an area, you can drop off cards. It's always a possibility. So I just want to throw that out there, that there's always an opportunity to be had. It's just a matter of how bad you want it. So you got to find that opportunity. Sometimes it'll find you, but if you don't want it, it's useless. You got to take it, you got to grab it and make that opportunity yours to a successful opportunity. It could be a failed opportunity by not doing anything. And I see that a lot with different folks. They kind of sit on their hands and not do nothing, to where you can have something fall right in your lap. You don't do anything, it's a useless failed opportunity. Whereas folks that are go-getters, you can take the slightest opportunity in the world and make it a successful opportunity to make it very profitable. And that's just how I see things, what I've seen in the past, what I've seen for myself, and just my viewpoint on it. And I just like sharing that, because things can look grim, things can look dismal. I get that, it happens. It don't matter what you're doing, trying to get into a welding school, working on your license, things aren't going well. I get it, seen it, it happens. Trying to get in a certain union, trying to get a certain welding job for experience or what have you, any of that stuff. Problems arise, opportunities look like they're faded, you just never give up on it, and that's what makes a person successful, whether it be welding or otherwise. And I just like to keep sharing that, because as many folks can hear that, to help them out, the better, because it just takes that one little opportunity that can make a world of difference. I've had it happen to me, and I've seen many other folks have it happen to them. So, yeah, just want to keep throwing that out there. How's it going, boss?
What's up,
Good,
man?
both of us. Fine by yourself?
Pretty good.
Alright.
What are you trying to do?
Handing off something to Hunter. He said he's going to be over off in the dirt area, but also do some marketing because might be doing some welding in the base.
Who's Hunter?
What's that?
Who's Hunter?
I don't know. I'm supposed to drop off this for, I don't know if it's his girlfriend or his wife, Zoe. Dropping it off here. He said Las Plugas Gate.
Alright, man. You can't get on base
Alrighty.
with this card.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you got a social security card, birth certificate, any of that stuff with your passport?
No, I don't. Do I need a real ID? Because I've been able to get on to other places with the TWIC card. So other places, DOD.
Yeah, well, no.
Not
Camp
anymore.
Pendelton is different.
Okay.
Alright.
I didn't know that.
Overwatch! Hey, so what I'm going to do is call my partner, right?
Yes, sir.
He's going to lead you into that parking lot.
Alrighty.
No, the one over there.
Alright. Thanks, sir.
Okay. What were you needing?
I'm here to drop this off for Hunter, and he said I could get on and do some little bit marketing because I'm have some buddies that are welding on base
Mm-hmm.
and gonna hand out some cards. Also for USO for the leather neck lanes. Because I'm also a professional bowler. I figure come over and do some stuff with bowling because I've heard that they get some professional athletes and kind of teach different things like sports and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure what all I was able to do today,
Mhm.
and then just try and network as much as possible. Heard there was some job fair. I don't know the name of it, but when guys are getting out, trades and whatnot. Obviously, I have my own welding rig, help out with that. Let's meet him here at 0900.
You were just gonna meet him here?
He's gonna meet him here,
Uh,
and then wasn't sure if I was able to get on base for a little bit, do some networking with higher ups. I don't know, just trying to get some jobs on base.
I don't know if you can do that since you don't have a CAG ID or something.
Alrighty.
You would need like a D-Bibs card or something to like get on base to be
Mhm.
able to do stuff like that.
Alrighty.
You should be able to meet him here
Okay.
if he has like a D-Bibs card or something to
Mhm.
like be able to meet you here.
Alrighty.
Then you should be good to be able to meet him here. But other than that, you can't really go on base unless you have a D-Bibs card
Alrighty.
or a CAT card or anything of that nature. So, if you want to wait here for him,
Sounds
if
good.
he has a D-Bids card,
Mhm.
he does, right?
Yes, he's on station on base.
All right,
He didn't
so-
want to drive into LA, and I was going to do some networking down here anyways.
All right, so yeah, you can wait for him in this area, and then like once he gets here, you can just hand that to him, and then once you're done with that, just let me know,
Yes, sir.
and I'll send you around that way, and we can like get you back off base, so I can hand you back your stuff.
For sure.
You would need to get a D-Bits card, and
D-Bits.
I think I'm pretty sure it's closed today, so
Alright.
you would need to come back sometime Monday
Sounds good.
or sometime around next week and be able to get that, and then from there you should be able to go around on base doing the welding
Alrighty.
and stuff.
Would you be able to spell that out for me, please? Because I don't.
What?
Would you spell out the card?
It's a D-Bids card?
DBIDS?
Yes.
DBID. That is their
Yep.
card? Alright. So I'll look that up
Yeah.
Because I'd like to do as much stuff on base as possible, you know, make
Yeah,
some money.
Yeah, just stay in this area right here.
Yes, sir.
Just drive to right there if you want to. Just stay right there, and then just like wait till he gets here, and then once he gets here and you give him that, just let me know, and then we can turn you around and get you on your way.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
How much is running?
So that was going to be 40. I didn't know I was going to drive down here, and I said 55. I'm from downtown LA, but I also figured if I can get on base, I can do some networking because I know some guys that welded for the Pendelton Fire Department. So I figured, you know, I can knock off some of the price if I can get in and do some marketing.
Yeah.
Not like trying to sneak in, mind you, but you know, I didn't know my Twitch card would make. Yeah. But if multiple guys want that, I can bring down the price even more. So like, if you want something like this, or buddies want it, and
You have cool business cards.
oh yeah, I got tons of cards.
If you want, I can take a picture and kind of be like, hey, yo, I know a guy.
You want a bunch of cards? You want them for yourself, your buddies? Go for it. No, you're good. I got some cards handed out, so that's fine. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
networking is networking.
Hey, man, whatever goes on about your day. But other than that, you're good.
Thanks, sir. You have a blessed day.
Good, bro.
All right. You too. Heading out from Camp Pendelton now. I did not meet up with the guy that I was supposed to. I texted him. He saw the text but never replied. Called him multiple times. He never answered. I saw he read the text. So, putting my ID and TWIC card away. Apparently for Camp Pendelton or Marine Corps bases in general, I need my D-bids, whereas my TWIC was fine to get on Army bases. So that's fine. I'll get another security clearance. Got nothing to hide that no one knows of. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, I'm just going to head out and get some other networking in. Billfold away. All right, I was gonna head to the Camp Pendleton main gate, get the D-bids started, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. I'm gonna pull over really quick, and this is a little bike path thingamabobber. No parking spots, so I'm just gonna pull over to the side. I still got my lights going, so that's the way it goes sometimes. You just park a little bit better. Okay, so a little bit more about what happened while I get my next address that I'm wanting to network with. So again, met up, the guy never showed up. I don't know if something was going wrong. I saw he read the text. It shows that it's read at 9:10. I got here at 9, took a few minutes getting through security and then pulling me over, asking what I was doing. And I did get some contacts here. Some of the MPs were really interested in the sign that I made, and they thought it was awesome. They were asking what I was charging for that, and I let them know, hey, several of you guys order some of these at once. I can bring the prices down. I'll have my B-dids most likely next time, because I'm gonna get that as soon as possible. And get some air going. humid out. It's 80 degrees, a little humid. It's been several hours here. That's fine. Got some good marketing in. I had the rig parked on the side of the main entrance of Camp Pendelton at the Las Plugas entrance. So, you know, I saw multiple people looking at the rig. Saw some guys in APCs looking at the rig. Got some nods and all that good stuff. So the rig is being seen. Yeah, so let me get my next stop because I'm not going to the main gate. For some reason, Interstate 5 southbound is pretty much a dead stop. I don't know what's going on. It's all red going through Oceanside to Carlsbad. So I'm going to head on over to a different beach. Let me just pull it up. There it is. So I have a different beach that is in a ritzy area. So I'm gonna park there and see what's going around in that neighborhood. So that's good. But got some contacts and talked to some USO guys, which was perfect. I've been wanting to talk to some USO guys because in addition to helping some of the guys get out and learn welding, if they're getting out of the Marines, also is for, I'm a professional athlete, I'm a professional bowler. I travel the Southwest United States as a professional bowler. I bowl in different professional tournaments, and they have leatherneck lanes here. So if they're gonna have an event, that way it's helping out some of the guys here if they want to learn to bowl, new hobby, all that great stuff. Apparently they have several kids days or something like that. I didn't get all the details, but I do have the contact, so I can contact about that. And more time bringing the rig down here, I can help folks out, helps the company out all the way around. It's good because I really like volunteering at veteran related, I don't want to just say charities, but just organizations. I've done equine therapy for veterans, so I would help disabled veterans ride horses, or at least be around horses, so that way they can connect with the horse, just feel stress-free around horses, kind of relax, so that way they get out of the VA for a little bit. And so that was all great. Done other charities, organizations, nonprofits. I really like doing that for veterans groups or active military groups. I don't know what this person's doing. Okay. And then some of the other guys said, hey, you want so then one of the MPs came over and said, hey, can I look at what you're doing, all that stuff? So sure, just gave him a picture of sign. He said, well, it's not exactly official Marine business, but I think that looks, I don't swear, that's just me, I just don't swear unless it's something really bad. But he said it's awesome, paraphrasing it. And so that's great. I love it when people see the work and they think it's cool, and hand them some business cards. And said some other projects I'm gonna work on is for plate carriers, to hold them up, the little crosses that hold up plate carriers, hold on the helmets. And I said, it really sucks when you have to have your helmet or NVGs on your helmet on the floor. It sucks, and you don't want to kick them around, so I'm going to work on trying to find a way to have them well balanced on the cross, so that way plate carrier can sit on there, helmet, NVGs, thermals, what have you, with your battery packs, comms, everything. It gets heavy. Sometimes it's more heavy towards the front if you don't have your weights in the back, and I get that. So I'm going to try and come up with a good way to put helmets on there without it cutting it, because I want a solid plate on there. So I'm going to be working on that. I've been wanting to do that for a while, but this is a perfect chance to do it, hand out some cards, and I just think that's fantastic. More ways to network, make money. Awesome guys at the Las Plugas gate. If by any chance any of them are watching, awesome guys. They're really nice. They said, unfortunately, we have to escort you out. You've been here for several hours. We're really sorry the guy didn't show up, but unfortunately you have to be going soon. They did say, we'll give you another half hour to hour. Give them a call, let them know that you got to get going, and tell them to get on down here. And fortunately the guy didn't text or call. I gave him another text when I was being escorted out, still nothing. So unfortunate about that, but I made some great contacts. And there's also going to be possibly a baseball field job near Camp Pendelton, because one of the USO guys does stuff with Little League, so that's awesome. Some of the chain link poles came loose from some other poles, something like that, so see what can be done there. Super excited about that. Bit of a drive from downtown LA, but you know, it's networking in different areas, and I would love to get back on base soon. Obviously a little bit further past the front gate, so I'll get my D-bids anytime going to an army base or anytime ports, federal buildings. I still have my TWIC, and so they said I'll just need my D-bids next time. But that's all good, and got plenty of marketing in down here, so I'm gonna head up just a little bit north and go through some of the neighborhoods and get some of that going. So that's kind of game plan, what's gonna be going on, and probably not supposed to be parked here, but yeah, I'm gonna get going, so it don't matter anymore. All right, keep you all posted. There we go. One nice little spot away from everyone. I think I got it. Honestly, could hop the tracks right there, but there's people walking by and I don't like people, so too many people over there. Nice solid spot to put my coffee right there. Alright. Nice clean spot right here. Whew. Okay. What was that? There we go. Got my beef goulash MRE. Pretty excited about that. And got my water. Forgot to bring my other, or actually I think I have it, my coffee, my dehydrated coffee from Bill's Coffee. It's in the MREs, so got that, which I'm pretty excited about. Here it be, Bill's Brew, that's what it is. So I'll get my Bill's Brew from earlier going. Why not? The William James Coffee Company. I forgot the name. I need to kept the other one because I want to buy the stuff. It's great. So again, if y'all didn't see the other vlog, or you don't remember, it's kind of like a pelletized dehydrated coffee, which is awesome. There we go. I don't need the sugar in there. I mean, I'll just pop the sugar packet most likely later, but just get a nice cup of coffee going. Got one of those pellets. That's strong stuff. I love it. Alright. Keep that for just a moment. There we go. Another cup of coffee in my cup from Buccaneer Cafe. Oh, that's good. It's leaking though. That's fine. I don't care. Maybe dig that in. Nice little landing for it. It'll stay right there. There we go. Just like that. All right. Beef goulash. So here is the beef goulash. Chocolate hazelnut protein drink. I love these critters. That is awesome. I will have that too. Sugar cookie patriotic. That sounds awesome. Is it gonna be red, white, and blue? That'd be awesome. This is applesauce. There we go. Applesauce enhanced with maltodextrin for enhanced or increased performance. Whatever. So I'm glad I used the coffee in that one because this one did not have a coffee. Jerks. Another spoon. Got my heater. Got the cardboard. Let's see what else we got. White wheat snack bread. I'll take that. And haha. Let's see. Stone Mountain, Georgia. Chunky peanut butter. What? Alright. I've been to Stone Mountain. It's awesome. Strawberry jam. Love strawberry jam. Superb. And take my spoon out. And this will be my trash bag as always. Okay. So. There we go. First and foremost, gonna get my heater going. Perfect, right in between the lines. Wonderful day out. A bit warm, it's kind of humid, but not terrible. Get the beef goulash as even as possible. There we go. Stick that critter right in there. Got stuck on the heater. Go ahead and use this critter since there's a little bit of dried vegetation around, just be on the extra safe side. So this is beef goulash, beef with brown rice, spinach, carrots, tomatoes, and smoked paprika. That sounds fantastic. I'm gonna set that right there. Hopefully it don't slide away. All right, let's see how. So, why not start off with the white wheat snack bread. And actually, clean my hands with the little towelette thing it comes with. And the other one. I am in the dirt a little bit. There we go. Kind of just sit there. I do carry the little sprays of hand sanitizer as well, so that way if you're on a job site, you're wherever, dirt like this, spray your hands with a little bit of hand sanitizer, then you have clean dirt on your hands. Or if you're in the fabrication shop, you have clean metal bits on your hands before you eat. I'm gonna check the temp of my critter here. It's starting to overheat a little bit, but that happens with the camera. Let's see. All right. So we have our white wheat snack bread from Sterling Foods. I've always enjoyed the bread that comes in these. A little brittle, but these things are fantastic. It almost looks like hardtack. If y'all have ever had hardtack, hardtack's awesome, lasts forever. They've actually found hardtack on multiple Civil War battlefields, and it's still fairly intact. Obviously it's dirty, it's filthy, barely getting some bacteria growing on it, but it's lasted for going on 150 50 something years. So let's see, we'll start with the chunky peanut butter. Mash it up a little bit. And let's start from this corner. Go. And if sometimes it's just too bothersome to get it on the bread, this can all be eaten individually. There's nothing wrong with that, because sometimes the bread's just too brittle. Just eat the crumbs, then pop the peanut butter, pop the jam. It's all the same stuff. It goes to the same place anyways. Done that plenty of times. Sometimes it's nice to lay it out, but I might have a little trouble with this bread. It's already cracking all the way through, so we shall see. So Parks and Recreation, stop by there, and I have to go to their main office because they wouldn't allow me to put up any cards. So I need to be an affiliated vendor with them, which is completely fine. I don't mind doing that. That makes it a little bit more exclusive for me because a lot of people won't take the time to do that. So as much peanut butter as I could out of there. Great stuff. Strawberry jam actually feels like preserves a little bit. I'm not sure if it is. Feels like there's some chunks in there, which is great. I love strawberry preserves. Tastes amazing. So I'm not going to spread this out. Sometimes if the bread's not cracked or anything, you can try and spread it out with the spoon. As you can see, it's already cracking some, so I'm not going to do that. So, a lot of folks may say this footage right here is pointless, and it could be, but I like showing the low parts of owning your own welding rig. You see different welders on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever else there's. What is there, Facebook, that stuff. And they show they're welding here, they're welding there. But they don't show the downtime. But also, not just downtime as in when there's nothing really to do, but why some of us, well, especially me, I can't really speak for anyone else. I hear this is the reason people want to have their own rig. It's one of the reasons I want to have my own rig, and I do have my own rig. I don't want to be on a schedule to where I only have a half-hour lunch break every day, no matter what. Yes, if I'm on a job site welding, half-hour lunch break, and I'm back to it. Or no lunch break. Be working 8 hours straight. There's nothing wrong with that. I've done that all the time. Even the ironworkers union, go 12 hours, not take any breaks, and leave a little bit early. So you get out at 11 and a half hours instead of your 12-hour shift. That's fine. I have no problem with that. One, this shows that it's not always go, 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 weld, 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 especially when you're starting out, at least for me. But also, this is a part of having the welding rig. You go out marketing, if you're working at a company or at a union, when I was making calls, when I was not in the union, but when I was working for private companies, you make calls, you got to call for this. If you don't have anything to weld, you go call, do that, which is exactly what you're supposed to do if you're an employee. You have to be working. You're not just going to sit around all day. You have your half-hour lunch. You might have a 15-minute break, maybe, if things are slow. I never really took those because 15-minute breaks to me are stupid. I would rather work harder than the next person and have a higher chance of staying on the company should something turn south for the company or anything like that. I always want to be that harder working employee, but you certainly will not get this whenever you feel like it, when it's applicable. If you're working for a company or for a union, yes, you do have those job sites where there's a nice view. I've had those before. Day in, day out, every break is a wonderful view. But if you're working for a company, you can't just decide, hey, I'm doing dropping off here, dropping off there. I'm gonna go be at the beach. I'm gonna go be in the mountains and have my lunch there. I work it around to where I know where there's nice spots to have lunch, and I do networking around there. And that way, you know, I did some networking here. I'm gonna do some more. Why not have lunch at the beach? That's why I put this footage on here. It's not just for no good reason. It's to demonstrate that if you want this stuff and you want your own rig, there is downtime where there's no work, such as right now. You got some great marketing and networking in today. Not exactly how things went planned, but some good came out of it. I'm very happy with it. But then look at this. If you're doing a 9 to 5, you don't get this. And yes, because there's no work right now, should be changing around fairly soon from other phone calls I've had. But if you're doing networking for your company, or if you just want a day off, you can do it. I'm not having days off. I'm always making phone calls, dropping off cards, even on weekends. But look at this. You want to go networking for your welding rig, your fabrication shop, what have you, go to the beach. Go network something. The rig's parked here. That's advertisement. While I'm down here, it's in a 2-hour parking zone, and because I don't want to pay for parking in the parking lot. So look at this. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful day out. It's warm, it's muggy, but it's a beautiful day out. There's a nice cool breeze. That's wonderful. I'm away from everyone at the beach yelling and screaming. It's just nice and peaceful, wonderful breeze, beautiful sounds of the waves crashing, kind of in between that crowd over there and that crowd over there. And you know, I'm in my own little spot. It's great. So if you want that kind of stuff, it's a great reason to have a rig, but also know that when you have a rig, to remember this is one of the reasons you might be starting your own company, is for this. It's for the purpose of enjoying yourself. Everyone says, oh, I'd love to have my own company so I can have my own hours, I can relax a bit more if need be, which that's yes and no. There's a lot more stress, yes. You can relax if you want to, sure. I don't do that as much. but this is where I take my time to relax. It's wonderful. I've been doing networking at multiple places up and down the oceanside San Diego coast this morning. Getting closer to San Clemente now, and it's wonderful. This is one of the reasons I do this. It's fantastic. So some may say this is absolutely worthless footage, and if it's worthless footage to you, so be it. I don't care. Those of you that are wanting a welding rig and whatnot, I'd say this is a perfect reminder as to why you would want a welding rig. It's where you're not working for someone else. You go out networking, just say you're in this place or that place. There's gonna be a sunrise or a sunset from a great viewpoint. Pull over, have your breakfast, have your supper there. Remember, that's why you did this. It's not just, oh, I'm gonna have my own company so I can make my own hours, and then you run yourself ragged for 30, 40 years and you never enjoyed yourself. So that's my 2 cents on it. That's why I put this on here. So that's just that. But yeah, so this is hot right now, which is fantastic. All right, there we go. All right, any extra water in there? Water out. That is hot, hot, hot. If you never had MREs before, you need to learn to balance a lot of stuff on you or lay things out. But once you're used to eating MREs, you know what you want first, how you set things so it's not getting all disgusting, so there's not dirt all over it. So whether it's setting it on you, on a pack, on just whatever gear you have. That's just fine right there. That's fine. All right. Put that in here. All right, and there we go. All right, so this is nice and hot. So you can see what the beef goulash looks like, which is delicious. Nice big piece of beef, right? You know, that's fantastic. Ooh, beautiful breeze, beautiful breeze. Mmm. When you get stuff from the freezer or freeze-dried food packs, most of the time you don't have big chunks of anything, any meat, any protein. This has nice big chunks. Tastes delicious. Again, if you're at a 9 to 5, you're at a union, you're at a private company, what's your lunch break? I'm not doing this to put anyone down, but if you're looking for having your own company and you want that extra freedom, make sure you think about that once you start your company, because I lost sight of that for a bit, starting the rig. It was go, 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 stay up 3-4 nights in a row. Still do that sometimes. That's never stopped. But when you're in a disgusting little break room, whatever's in the refrigerator is disgusting. You don't want to put your food in there. Someone might touch your food, which is disgusting. because people are creeps. The microwave smells like whoever microwave fish in it 5 years ago. And it's terrible. You get to be stuck with people you hate, you don't like, morons, creeps, and just plain old weirdos. It's a teeny tiny break room, or you're on a job site, and it's the same people that you're going to be stuck with for years to come. That gets old. Been there, done that for years and years and years. But you have your own rig, remember to do this. You have your own fabrication shop, go network somewhere that's going to have a nice view. Remember to have that in your plans. Doesn't mean you have to have an expensive meal. These things are $3.85 on Amazon. We get 2 cases. So yeah, taking the views, taking the sights, sounds, smells. It's just wonderful. I'm not getting in that water because I saw the movie Jaws and I'm good, thank you very much. Yeah, just enjoy it. Remember, if that's one of the reasons that you're getting a welding rig, enjoy your time, your breaks, to where it's not always a hassle. Now, I get it, sometimes, some days there are no breaks. I get that, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you do have a chance to take a break, take a break. It's wonderful, it's a beautiful view. Well, we got some interesting looks from some of the people on the Amtrak, like, how does that guy do it up there? So, that's fine. It looks like a hiking trail, supposedly. If it's not, oh well. Other people have been up here, it's fine. I'm glad no one else is really hiking up here. It's nice and peaceful, quiet. I can hear the screams of the people and the kids, whatnot, that's fine, but they're down there, not up here. That was fantastic. All right. Some water. Alright, let's see. Now we have our sugar cookie patriotic. Let's see what this critter's got. Well, the sugar cookies are destroyed. There's the do not eat package in there. I don't know what they got. They got some that aren't. Oh, this one's cool. Torch. Statue of Liberty torch. That's awesome. How about that? Stars. Uncle Sam's hat. last one that's pretty much whole. Liberty Bell, even have the crack in it. That's awesome. I haven't seen any lightning strikes while I've been here, but it was wonderful down in Oceanside earlier, seeing some of the lightning off the coast, hitting the water. Really nice, really cool. It was sprinkling a little bit when I got here. It's not right now. It was sprinkling down in Oceanside earlier, which was great. Obviously it adds to the humidity, but it was wonderful to have a little bit of sprinkling. I'm gonna go for the applesauce now. Just a little coffee first. Glad I kept that coffee from earlier because this one didn't have any. Bummer. That's great stuff. fantastic. Now, last but not least, I'm going to save the other stuff for later. Cranberry grape drink for later. See if I like that one. But this, oh. Well, as y'all could see, didn't quite go as planned today, but still got some great networking in, marketing, getting cards handed out. It was a little bit of a longer day just driving around. I don't like just driving around aimlessly because it uses gas in the rig and it's 9.2 miles a gallon, and getting stuck in LA traffic, that just sucks. And it's expensive doing that. Also, not getting paid for the sign being worked on, any of that, drive time, gas money, all that stuff. It was not the best in that aspect, but I do want to focus on the positives of the day. So, got some cards handed out to a guy that thought the sign looked really cool. He and his buddy might want something like that, as well as some other projects that they might need more for utilitarian use. Then the USO guy that I was talking with, the gentleman was saying that he needed something for a Little League field worked on, so hopefully get working on that, as well as some of the stuff, maybe getting on base, helping out there, that would be great. Maybe teach some of the guys welding, or just show what welding is, because when I got into welding, I had no clue what it was. So maybe there's other folks that are like that would like to see either demonstrations, see what it's like owning a business, even if it's only for that aspect. So different things can come out of that, which can be great. I'm very excited about it. And I'm just going to be adding more things that I'm making custom name signs out of common cut nails. So I'll be trying to work on more of those, network it that way. So it's something that I hadn't quite thought of, but now I am, and I think that'd be great. I've gotten some great feedback from some other folks that have seen the sign and just pictures of it, and they're saying that's great, that they would really like stuff similar to that. So hopefully some good things come out of that. So I'm very excited, even though, again, some things didn't go quite as planned, but maybe I wouldn't have gotten the other contacts if everything had gone as planned. So I try and think of it more in a positive aspect, because if you look on the downside of everything, you're just going to be a negative Nancy all day long. So trying to look on the positive side, I think today was still a success, and I believe some good things are going to come out of it, so I'm excited about it, and I'll see y'all in the next vlog.